So if I wanted to list, I hit list. And by the way, if you ever forget a command or you typed it all out and you don't want to retype it, just hit arrow up. Arrow up always brings up your last command. All right. But I'm just going to do ls. Boom, brings up my documents. I mean, my different directories. So next, this is what I want to do. Now I want to change. I want to go into one of those directories. This is the reason why people hate Linux. Because I can use it as a regular graphics user interface. But the real joy in this is when you get down to the terminal command prompt and you start navigating and administering a network through here. This is why companies pay you $100,000+ a year if you can get in here and navigate a whole shell. Because it's safer that way. So now if I want to get into these, I want to go CD, which means change directory, space. Now, all of this is case sensitive. So whatever I see how this is spelled, I better type it with the capital D and get into these. This is very case sensitive. You got to be careful what you're doing in here. You don't have to worry about breaking it because it's a virtual machine. If you break it, just reload it. So I go desktop, change directory, desktop. As you can see, here's my user directory in Cali, tilde, just saying I'm in the root. Desktop. Now I'm inside this desktop folder. If I were in Linux, here's, if I was in Windows, all I have to do is bring up desktop and I got all the icons. You see that? In Linux, you have to navigate there. So now, if I want to see what's inside the desktop folder, I hit the ls command, meaning list. So I list it. What's the problem here? What the problem is, Brian? What the problem is, Elaine, Aaliyah, Charles? What the problem? What the problem is? Nothing came back.
Yeah.
What you think? Let's get some guesses going on here. Nothing came back when I hit list, when I'm inside the directory. Okay, I'll tell you. You did it. You're right. Yes, I have to put something. There's nothing there. Look here. There is nothing in here on the desktop. That's why it did not return anything.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. So some folks get confused like, James, I hit it and nothing came back. Yeah, because it's empty. Do you see anything on this desktop? No. All right.
Hey, good morning.
So, if I
Rob,
want to...
good morning.
I got some homework for you.
Or I'm not sure what time it is where you are at, but
so nice if you type trash, it wouldn't even open that. Now, I like the way you said that. There's an attribute that you can put on here to even list locked files. So the trash can. So if you type change directory, trash, said it's no such directory. That is a protected. Here they don't want you to navigate straight into the trash folder. Now I could look and say, can I type trash to get into it? No, can't do it. Interesting. What you're trying to list are all the viewable files on the desktop. That's a directory. That's a file system directory. Home is a directory. Trash, it is sort of like a directory because that's where you put all your files at. All right? So check this out. If you want to go back, so right here we have this directory ran. So we are down one step. Main directory, tilde, we're down one step. We want to go back. So we hit CD space dot dot. That allows us to go backwards. One dot's for one step, another dot's for another step. I'm back. You see that? Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Right? Who understood that? I started in the main root directory. Charles like, I did. Started in the main root directory, went down one directory. I want to go back to where I started. I'll put change directory space dot dot, which symbolizes boom, boom. All right? Let's do something else. Let's do change directory. Documents. Let's see what's inside the document folder. So what do I need to type to see what's in here?
Open document.
Yep. Delete ls. Boom. Again, nothing there. But let's say I want to go back. Here's another cheat code. What if I want to go back one directory? Doink. Just one. Oh, they're saying, James, you're already there. Remember I said one dot, two dot, backs me up. By hitting one dot, they say, James, you're already where you want to be. You're in the one directory. Oh, if I did CD space dot dot, I'll jump two directories. Or I could cheat. You see that right there? The tilde? It's right next to your numeric 1, where your function keys are, is to the left. I could go CD space shift tilde, and I'm right back to the root. Cheat code. Yes. Who knew that was called a tilde? Who knew that?
I didn't know.
I know. Interesting fun facts that we have here this morning. I know, Brian. I got more. All right. So when we come back from break, we'll play around with some other commands. Sound good? All right. Go ahead and take 10 minutes, and I'll see ya when you get back. Give me 1 second, just doing some admin stuff real quick. Okay. Thanks for being patient. Had to make sure I did some stuff. Being out, had to catch up on a lot of stuff. Okay. If y'all look in the chat at 10:02 a.m., I gave you a book.
No.
Go ahead and download that. Aaliyah's probably already looking at it. This is a cool book. And I'll share my screen with you. It's from my personal library. This is going to help you on the exam. What you see here is a book that's going to talk about 101 labs, CompTIA Linux Plus. Do you remember it's the 101 labs that I gave you for A+? Yes. Then I'm going to give you one for Net Plus. Yeah. I got you, Michael. I got you, Brian. Okay, I got you. So 100 plus labs come to you. This is going to help you so you can actually play around with Linux and have this when you go out into the wild when you get your job. So you can be a Linux expert. Yeah. So when I was getting my Linux certification, boy, Linux was like, let me put it in perspective for you. So I used Unix when I first got in the Marine Corps. It's the 90s, man. This is like 92 to, I'm not saying the other year because I'm sound old. But we moved away from it. Then I got away from I was a Unix pro. I was like Alicia Keys playing stuff. I'd go under my leg. It's like playing the guitar, boy. I do every command. Boom, 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 boom. Then I didn't use it for like 10 years. What do you think happened to all that knowledge? Yep, like Mike said, in the toilet.
Yeah.
So I came back to IT many years later, and I was like, wow, stuff's changed. They've moved on to Linux, which made it cool because it's similar. Remember I said it's similar commands? Linux is derived from Unix, but I still had a learning curve I had to get back into. This is one of the books that I used. Now I'm back into it. I got my Linux certification and, just rolling. But I'm telling you, if I could tell y'all anything, if y'all get to know Bash and Terminal, there are people out there that will pay you a lot of money. I didn't say expert. Y'all didn't hear me say expert, did you? All you have to do is be proficient in navigating and getting it done. You may have to refer to a book now, but like 80% of your job, if you know what you're doing and you go into an interview, you could make some money being a Linux administrator. One of my students, he graduated from my class. Dude was a Red Hat phenomenon. Red Hat, distribution of Linux. He wore Linux socks. I got CompTIA socks on right now. But he had, I know Michael's like, what? But he was a pro. He wanted to do something else. I'm like, why are you doing that? You need to be a Linux administrator. He applied to the NITR, which is the proving grounds for aircraft drop bombs and all that stuff, like in California. They interviewed him, and when NIS came down to interview me to talk about his secret clearance, his top secret clearance he's going to get, they said, is there anything you can say about this guy? I said, yeah, hire him before somebody else does. Because you're losing somebody. Like, if you pass on him, you're stupid. I told him that. They put that in the report. I said, because he knows so much. And they hired him. He makes $130,000 a year. Yes. So please give. Now, I'm not saying everybody's going to make that because different regions have different pay scales, right? But what I'm saying is, please get to know this over time and dig in. And little by little, it'll help you out. Okay, back to this. So 101 labs, this is what we got. Talks about hardware configuration, boot sequence, topology, talks about opening the command line and running some commands, about how to install Grub, how to install the boot manager, So for those who may forget everything about setting up a virtual machine, it's all right here. It's right? It's all right here. Giving you knowledge. Talks about the kernel modules to walk through. But let's get down to the nitty gritty. Talks about your Linux machine and different commands that you can run on your Linux machine. Now, let me get two screens up here, so we're both on the same page. We have some basic commands that you can run. But before we get into that, let's finish with looking up commands. Let's lower that. You can also Google this. Google, open up Firefox inside your Linux machine and look for, just Google Linux command cheat sheet. Just Google it or Firefox it or wherever you want to do it. Just open up Firefox. You have to open up a new tab. This tab will default to everything Linux. That's why you can't use this tab. You have to open up a brand new one and look for Linux commands cheat sheet. And then when you get it, go ahead and bookmark it in your Linux machine. So when you're working in your Linux machine, it's already there. Okay? So that's dope. All right. Now, if you need to clear your screen, just type clear. Okay? Clear. So what we want to do, we were talking about before, is we noticed that when we were on the desktop, what command going to need you as a reference tool? They probably come ask you later. No problem. What was the command if I wanted to see everything? All my folders, all my directories. What's the command I'm going to use?
For referencing?
This one, if I want to list everything.
Oh.
I want to list all my file folders and directories. Look up in the chat around somewhere. There you go. LS. LS is short for list.
Oh, list directory.
Michael, you were out for this. I think you were doing something. If you need to find a command and what it does, you hit that command -- help, and it'll tell you everything about that command. Okay, and how to use it. List brings up all your directories and files. It gives you an example up here of what it should look like and how it should be used. That's why I like Linux. It teaches you everything. It just looks clunky, so people are afraid to get into it. That's all. All right. So down here, we want to list everything that's in all our directories and file folders. So this is what we got. Linux is case sensitive, so you got to be careful. A big D is different, gives a different command than a lowercase d. So you have to really pay attention. So for here, if I wanted to get into documents, what do I need to do? Michael says the commands are similar to what I use to work on the satellites. I was surprised seeing CD. There, yeah, it's the same. You know why? Because it's probably Linux based. Yep. I'm thinking communications is a Linux based. Yep. Or you were using a different distribution of Linux and didn't know it. So what do I need to do to get into the documents folder? Do y'all remember? Michael already said it the first part. Change directory. And I want to go into documents. I have to use the capital D because it's case sensitive. Boom. I'm in there. All right. Another question that they're asking on the exam is, well, we did this. What do I want? What do I type to see what's in documents? that comes later, Michael, but you do ls to see what's inside of there. But we have a brand new distribution of Linux we downloaded. We didn't have time to make anything, did we? We haven't even really worked on this machine, have we?
No.
All right. So what you want to do, if you want to make a file inside of there, you have to do this. Just a touch of love, a little bit, just a touch. Y'all gonna remember this in the exam room. Sing it along with me, everybody. Just a touch of love. Okay, here we go. Aaliyah's like, no. But if I wanted to see everything I could do with touch, bam, help, boom. Tells me right there. All right, it's a file argument. If a file does not exist, I create an empty file. What? Mandatory arguments. I could do touch space -a. Touch C, do not create any files, which doesn't make any sense to me. But I could modify the file. I can see it by date and time and all that, right? So down here, sometimes it'll give you an example of what the command should look like. So anytime you see this type of usage, sometimes go to the bottom because they'll give you an examples of what it should look like. But what we're going to do in here, we're going to do touch space, and let's create a file. Let's do a test. Boom. Test. Just created a file. So now when I do ls, what? Bam, there's the file. Ain't that cool? Now, I'm good there, but how do I get all the way back to the root where I started from? There's two ways. There were three ways. That's one. What's the other one? Control C will stop your action, right? Bring you back to the root command prompt. I can CD what afterwards? I'm not doing that. Use your up arrows. It'll come to you. Dot dot. I want to go back up to directories, remember? Yes. Boom. Or you can do CD space tilde. And it'll bring you all the way back to the home. Can you tell it to stop the processes? Oh, yes. So we can look at processes too. So you can do task kill, all that stuff. Yeah, so you can kill processes. All right, so when we do list again, you're going to notice that the test file does not show up because it's on the inside of the documents directory. Okay? But let's say you wanted to make a new directory. Let's call it, we're going to do this, MK, like Michael Kors, make directory, space, and we're going to call it test 1. Or, no, we're going to call it this, test U. Hit enter, boom. So what happens if it just brings me back to the command and prompt again? I mean, was it successful if it just brings me back to a command prompt? Because it doesn't verify, right? No. If I type it, that means it might 99% of the time it happened. So you're right. I noticed somebody said, just hit LS, James. Boom. You're right. What do I have right there? Test U. It's in alphabetical order. So if it's highlighted in blue, directory, you can change these colors, by the way, too. You can set this up any colors you want. if it's white or it's not bolded, that means it's a file. People are like, oh, gotcha. All right, so check this out. Okay, how do I get back? We all did this together. So if it's simple folder, touch. If making a directory, yep. Touch is to make a file. Make directory is to make the directory it sits in. Yes. And y'all are right. So how do I get, where's the file at? Where's the test file? How do I get there? Y'all remember? What folder did I put it in? Ah, I like the way you capitalize documents. It has to be, you have to follow the proper naming convention. Boom. Then, of course, y'all were right. LS, there's test. Right? Now, if I want to edit that, well, let's get inside of the text file. Let's change directory. I'm going to see if y'all can catch this. I'm going to change directory into test. What? You mean I just can't just go in there? That's crazy. Okay, Michael knew this was going to happen. He did this command open. Remember that? So, but what we want to do is, so like Windows has Word, it has text, right? Text editor and all that to open, right? So surely, Linux has this. It's called Nano. That's their text editor. That's their text editor for Linux. It's one of them. It's called Nano. So I want to write to the file. Bam! What? Yeah, baby. Now we rocking. So with the text editor, now that document we created, we can go ahead and take a peek in here. All right? So this is what I need everybody to do. If y'all, who's following along, first of all? Am I by myself? Aaliyah is. Okay. So if you're following along, just type some stuff. I have had a great day today. The wind is beneath my wings. New edition is my group. Yeah. So you just type some stuff in there. All right? Now, let me show you what you need to do. You got to save this stuff, right? Bam. I can hit file. What can I save? Okay, actions. What? No, can't go in there. Edit. Paste. What? Well, how do you save this joker? It says it down here. All I have to do is hit Control X. Says it at the bottom. That upshift. Do I want to save? Yes, I want to save the file. Do I want? This is where everybody gets confused at. You have to write it to the file. That's why you say yes. You have to verify. Is it the same file name, or do you want to give it another file name? Say no. I want to keep it the same file name. So I hit enter. Bam. Y'all got that? All right. So with that, have ls test. If I go back into it and hit nano test, bam, everything's still there. Everything that I've written there. So this is how you can write. This is the equivalent to what is it? Notepad. This is the equivalent to Notepad in Windows by using nano text editor. All right. All right. If I want to replace, I could use these commands. These are Control U to paste something, Control K to cut, Control T to execute. Now, when you execute, you don't use this unless you're writing a script. A script, who remembers what a script is? Very interesting. What is a script? I'm sure y'all have used scripts, you didn't even know you were using scripts. These are ordinary commands that you use every day that you can program for it to run on its own. Like a report. Who's ever had a report generate on its own in the morning? Charles, I know you had, especially being senior enlisted, right? You always had some kind of report running automatically and it kicks it to you. And it was running a script. It compiled all this information for you based off some variables and boom, he got it, right? Did you know this is what they use to create the scripts? They use this editor, nano editor. Yeah, oh yeah. Woo-hoo. Or you could use text editor. And then you have to do Control T to execute it. Now it compiles the script and it puts it into an executable command. So when you double click the icon, it runs it. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. I don't want to change anything. I'm gonna hit Control X. I'm gonna get on out of there. I don't want that. I didn't change anything. So you notice it just dumped me out, right? If I would have changed something in it while I was in there, it would have asked me to save it again, hit yes, and then do you want to confirm the file? And then kick me out. But I didn't change nothing. All right. Now there's a command. I'm getting y'all away from the slides if you notice, because the slides are pretty boring. So we're just doing all this on the hands on. So there's a command called catenate. Yep, you heard it right. It's catenate. What it does, it can search a file to see if anything specific is on the inside of that file. If you don't know what it does, just hit help. All right? Right there, concatenate files to a standard output. Like, how do you want to see this file? Should I show everything in there? Is there a number you want me to stop at as far as lines? Do you want me to display all the lines or just the bottom? See right here, cat, space, I'm looking for F. Dash G. It'll output F's in the content. So it'll look for these letters inside the file. That's crazy, right? So let's play along with it. Let's get in here. Let's see ls. Let's see what boom. All right. So let's do cat a file test. Ooh, no such file or directory. So what if I want to do cat the letter A? No such file or directory. I have to put the file name. I'm not putting it in right. So check this out. This is why I like Google. It'll show you. What if I want to cat a file or catenate a file for the letter A? That's why you gotta love Google. right here. Let's start with a simple command. So I want to concatenate file.txt. And it'll tell me everything that's in that file. It'll sort by that file. So then we go back and say, okay, let's go in here. Cat test.txt. Nothing in there. Did we execute that file? Ooh. So now this is what you do. If you want to hit the command to execute, you can hit help, cancel, older, newer, pipe it to go out, format it, suspend it, cut to the end, or justify. So now what you'll do is you'll take this and then you'll start to make this an executable file if you wanted to. That way you can start using these commands to see what's on the inside of the file. Pretty dope. If you don't want to change anything, you hit Control X, Control C to cancel, Control X just to get out and kick you out. All right. Let's go back to your 101. We're going to get back to copying those, so keep those files there. Some commands are a little different when we start getting into Kali Linux. I know y'all went through IP config and everything. We did that already. So let's bring up our book. IP config is what you're going to use for Windows. What you have here that you'll use in Linux has to be IF config. And remember we learned that before? IF config shows you all of your channels and everything, your interfaces. So ETH0, this is everything that you'll have here. Receive and transfer, so you have RX and TX. Any flags, loopback, gives you the loopback address. If you go over here in Windows, because I want to run as an administrator, all right, in System 32, over here, I have to put in Windows IP config. And you see the difference, don't you? The formats are different. So this one is if config, IF, and over here is IP. All right? It still tells you your adapters and everything, but they're in a different type of format. So know your formats. So if this was presented to you, they may say, you had to find out IP configurations for this machine. What operating system is it? Linux. Yep, because the format's different. If you see this presented to you, you know it's Windows, because the Ethernet adapters, they're all separate. Gives you the wireless LAN and everything. See the difference in that? So you have to know that. That is a question, by the way. They may present some, they'll present some telemetry to you. They might give you this snapshot and say, you found out IP, Internet Protocol configurations for this system, and they'll show you this. What operating system is that? Do you see the difference between the two, how the data is correlated? This is Linux. Because they start with ETA0, they have everything off to the side. Where Windows, they have the title and everything's listed under it. That's how you know the difference. All right. What you may see too here is if you want to show, let's say you're at your Linux machine and it gives you an example in 101 labs. That's why I love this. You can say IP address show. There you go. So as you can see here, now it's saying, okay, interface 1, that's your loopback. 2, Ethernet, that's your interface. This is where your RJ45 is either connecting or it's going through your Wi-Fi. Tells you the MAC address, broadcast address, IP address, and broadcast address. Now, this is cool. This tells you a lot of information. Here's my whole scope. It's telling me, and we haven't even got to this yet, so I don't even want to confuse you. Let's put it this way. A broadcast address is the address that if somebody had to contact you on the network, they'd yell out over this address to see if you will respond. Okay? So this is saying, is this private or public? Who remembers?
It was private.
Private, you're correct. If we were to go back at the table for classless addressing, it can go from 10 to 255 to 0 to 255 to 2 to 255.
How are you doing?
To
Blockchain
0
Bandit.
to 255. So right there, it's telling you your range
Good
of
to see you
addresses
here.
in this whole thing. That means there's possibly 254 addresses on this IP scheme. Hackers like to use that. All right. As an IT administrator, you would need to keep track of what address pools are assigned to what local area networks. And all of this is listed in the DHCP. Okay. The Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. If I wanted to show IP root
15 years.
show,
Lovely. How has it been? What can
how my
you tell me?
travels.
What can you
Bam.
tell me about it? In contrast to from then up until now.
All right. So it's saying the default is default via .2. ETH, there's my machine, is right there.
Has it
And
gotten
it's
more
on /24.
more easier
when you see
or
this,
a
this
little
is
bit
what's-
more difficult
this right
with the
here
emerging technology?
It's probably the router.
Would you say it has gotten a little bit
It's
easier?
the gateway. So it's saying it's going to leave my computer and get to the gateway. And here's the metrics that it's using. It's saying here the source is my machine right here. This is my machine. And we're going to get to this. Anytime you see, just make a note of this for now, because we're not going to go over it till like a week from now. This just tells you how many machines you
Oh,
have
I
on
can
the
definitely
network. You see a
understand that. Having to sit
slash.
down and stare at a screen
That's
each day.
called cider.
I think within that regards, you'd probably have to make time
Yeah,
to
go ahead and ask a question, Mike.
to be able to stay in shape.
Doing this with the IF config, is this when you also, because it's a /24?
Yeah, no. So that's the reason why I asked
You would
the
tell
difference
the IP address
between.
the IP address that you want it to be.
Yeah,
You'll tell
that's
like
the reason why I asked the difference
10.0.0.2.0,
between then and now, because I know AI is making
and then it'll be,
everything a little bit more
subnet mask of
user friendlier,
255,
and you don't have to do so much work
255.0 or
prior
something
to
like
that. Then
You have to
Yes.
tell the IP address and the subnet mask for which to operate in.
You're right. There's a
so
little bit more
for
to this
so
subnetting.
for
When you
so
get to the
for
zero
someone
part, you have
that's
to replace it
learning
with,
or wanting
like
to
this
learn
is
to
a
get into
/24,
that field,
right? It could be a /22 now.
the basics are the requirements that they need to
How
know.
many bits
What do you think it needs to be?
IPv4 address?
32.
So your slashes can go anywhere from 0 to 32. And all those mean something for IPv4 address to create a subnet mask and to put a block of addresses on there. So yes, Michael, you're correct. All of that comes into play. Mm-hmm. If I want to see,
But are
right
you
here,
able
here's
to
concatenate.
now with 15 years,
I'm going to
and
concatenate
that is a good
quotes. So
amount
I
of
can hit
time?
cat
Are you now able to
space if you
work
follow
more
along.
remotely rather than having to be there
Posts.
24, or at least I would say most of the time?
It tells me to use the loopback address to tell me that the machine that I'm working on is it's Cali. It's a Cali machine.
Okay, so certifications
There's my
is a
machine.
massive help in the
It's
beginning.
attached to that domain,
Okay,
bigsugar.edu.
so
Remember that?
certifications kind of get you in the pathway to get
So
in
that's
there,
how I
and
find
then
it. So it
as
tells me
you
the
go
information
along,
about my machine.
you'll gain the experience.
Down here, if you notice, these are all IPv6 telemetry, and we'll get to that in a second.
You can help
All
me
of this
with
makes
the
sense when we get to
experience,
it,
or
but disregard it for now.
is
All
with
you need to
15
know is the
years, that
IPv6
is a lot
address
of
is
experience.
128 bits.
So is that what
All right.
you're saying? The experience
Then you have what
that
they
you could help
call
me
the
with?
resolver. Cat, I want to concatenate, meaning I want you to organize and show me everything in the resolver configuration file because it's inside the etc folder, which is the equivalent to the system32 folder in Windows. Where's the system32 folder? sys32. There it is. It's the equivalent as a sys32 folder. Windows.
After 15
See all of
years,
that?
are you able to work
Those are
remotely rather than
vital to
having to
Windows running.
do
That
or
is the
go in,
equivalent
or be
to
just limited to
ETC in
having to go
Linux.
in on a
So it's saying,
to
show
go
me my
into your job
configuration for
on a daily
resolving
basis?
domain name servers. Now, when we resolve a DNS, you're resolving the IP address to the name of the domain. That's like saying 8.8.8.8 belongs to google.com. That's all. It's a resolver. Now, we learned about a resolver at layer 2 that the switch uses. What is that called? Same theory as resolving IP address to domain name, but what does the switch resolve on layer 2 on the inside of a network? So on the inside of the switch, it's a name. It resolves the IP address to the MAC address. What is it called? This is on the exam. That's why I'm bringing it up now.
That is pretty good, because that's with after 15
Y'all
years
remember
of
that? ARP, Address Resolution Protocol. That's what happens at layer 2 inside of a switch when it's trying to route traffic on the inside of a network. It tries
so
to resolve a
have you now
known
created like
interface
your own
IP
go-to website
to the machine's or the
where you work
device's
from?
MAC address. Yes. I know this is a lot of info for y'all. 3 minutes, we'll go on break. And then when we come back from break, I'm gonna let you turn 2 into some work. Now, if you wanted to find out what the MAC address is on the inside of your computer, you can do IP, MA, M address. Shows you all the MAC addresses attached to the link. Shows you IPv6 and IPv4.
Oh yes, he was just talking about the layer 2 switch on the
Now
IP
this
MAC
says
address.
224. If we looked at our IP chart, what class
But
is
he's
224? Y'all remember? Aaliyah, you remember what that is? We had A, B, and C. D, they called it multicasting addresses. This is a multicast address, D. This means when you see 224, that is one machine talking to many. One machine talking to many machines. Yeah. Oh, you just lost connection. So that's saying Google has so many different servers in this region. They got 10 servers, right? Well, they're all going to be configured with multicast addresses.
oh yeah, so you have the
to
managed and
share
the unmanaged
information
switch.
directly.
The
You will not see this
so the
with regular
one switch gives you
computers
more feature and one gives
configured
you
on the
less
inside of
feature,
a
but
network.
it has, I
You
would
will
say it
not
has
do this. Okay.
less overhead,
This is
just to
on the
plug and
back
play.
end for servers and network operating centers. Okay. So that's why it's not typical. All right.
Oh yeah, I would
Here's another one I need
I
to
would
show
think
you.
that you
Host name.
yeah.
If you want to figure out what's the name of the computer you're working on,
I like the aspect of
when
working
you sit
remotely,
down,
but
host
then
name,
to be able to work remotely, you have to have some kind of
Cali, Big Sugar, not
experience
EA.
to be
It's a
able
Cali
to
machine.
having to not
The last two
go
are the domain that it sits on, that we made up. It is not
going to
real.
physically at the job
It
every
may
day.
be attached to a real domain if you're using it. All right. Here's one more, and then we'll go for break. You can find out. You have to use trace routes.
So are all
Linux, Windows, it
career
was trace
aspects
cert.
limited to the
Trace route for
limited
Linux.
to where I
For Windows, it was
or
trace cert.
anyone now
So if I
getting
wanted to track to the 8s,
into IT
trace route, boom.
have to go through all those steps before they can work remotely, or do you have like junior positions like an
What's the
analyst or
asterisk
something
mean?
like that?
Leah asked me this. What? You remember what that means, Aaliyah? They're pings, yep. But when I see asterisks, what does that mean?
Is it the routers like blocking the
Well, not really blocking, but you have the right concept. I know exactly what you're talking about. ICMP is turned off. Yep. Internet Configuration Management Protocol. ICMP.
So I can see if I can add you,
off.
but
So
let me
right here, when it went to ping,
let me try that to see if I
it
can
had a
add you
max of
first.
30 hops. What are the hops? When I say it's hopping to what? It's one machine that it's using, and that one machine hops to another machine. Yeah, we starting to get into the weeds now, ain't we? Like, James, we can't keep up. Router to router. It's saying when it hops from the router, see that's a router address, it's only gonna live for 30 hops on the internet to try to get to the 8s. It went to 30 and died. That means it fell into the black hole. It no longer lives on the internet. That command is gone. It just fell off. And they do that for security reasons, for one, and they do it so this is never an endless loop of it trying to happen to congest traffic on the internet. That's why it dies after 30 hops. If you can't get to where you're going from router to router in 30 hops, you're done. Is there still a way to make it do it for longer? Like you can run a command where it will keep trying. But on its own, no. You have to run a script for it to keep trying. All right? A lot of good info.
I was trying to add you to see if I
Anybody's
can
heads
open up
exploding?
another window or add you into
Charles,
the
you good over
video,
there?
but
Right?
it won't let me at the moment. But I think I will look into
What's
that
going
as
on,
well.
brother? I know it's a Tuesday. Brain melted. All right, go ahead and take 10, y'all. And when we get back, we can turn to some work. Give you a break. All right.
I'm looking for that feature where I can put you on speaker or video. It's not letting me. It's only giving me the option to be able to text and talk. On my hand, I can do both. But I think that's something that I will look into. You also have the name blockchain. Is that something you're also into as well? Yes, I am. I am doing the video from a phone, so I am not particularly doing it directly from my computer. So, oh, nice. So are you currently doing? Nice. Are you currently doing? Because you said you love the crypto space. Are you currently doing like trading or stock, like day trade? Or are you on the back end where you're doing all the development and coding, things like that? So that's one of the reason why I love the idea about working remotely. And with so many years that you've done IT, now being able to do that remotely and also do crypto. So if you're into stocks and trading, that would be that would be phenomenal. Okay, you just hold some crypto and stocks. Okay. Okay, these are good stocks and cryptos to have. If you're doing, depends if you're doing long term or short term, but these are good. Oh, next year technology, nice. Oh, my name is Elaine. I think we can have some. Okay, so I'm currently going through all the certifications. Nice to meet you as well. I'm currently going through all the certifications in IT. I am I am mostly interested in a remote job because I want to be able to move around and work remotely. Yes, I have a computer here with me. But I love the IT career field. That is very much where the future is and where the future is going. So I see myself working in IT long term. I don't mind working for a company, but ultimately I like the idea of working remotely, even if I am working for a company as well. And yes, I currently have a computer with me. Yes, A plus, Net plus, Security plus. Are you currently in office, working in your office or something? Or is RPG Tech. Oh, you passed Net Plus on Fridays. That is absolutely phenomenal. I've been doing a lot of studies myself, going through all the certifications currently. I was Net Plus. Net Plus will be my. I think that should be my next certification coming up. I'm currently doing A Plus, so Net Plus as well. I am doing that. I am doing that too. So I'm currently finishing up A Plus. Are you doing just the one certifications, or will you be taking more?
All right, welcome back from break, everybody. Everybody should be back. Cameras on. Cameras on. We're back. Here is back. Takes village. I know, Brian, you're getting ready for your retest coming up pretty soon. And so is Michael. So, yeah, Michael, you got a retest today. Mm-hmm. The second. Can't take it. You got to change it within 24 hours. It's going to be a fail. Yeah. He said, can I take it tomorrow? Yeah, your test is at 14:45.
What I'm listening to, I currently have the certification classes going as well. Blockchain,
Yep,
I am
today is
pulling
the
up that
second. Let me make sure my dates are
Google
right. Yep, it
that
is the
Google Meet to
second.
see where I can join you.
Yep. What time is it? Oh, you're in Cali, so we're on the same time.
But
Yep.
but I'm also have other videos and Zoom meeting going simultaneously. So if you're hearing other speeches and talk, that's where it's coming from. It's the certification classes for the A Plus, Net Plus. So I'm currently going through those as well. Is a chat room blockchain is a chat room that you're in only? Is it audio and camera or what? I'm not sure if you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. No, I think I can see you, but I can't. I can't hear. I can't hear you. There's no. There's no volume there. So blockchain, it looks like you're talking, but then there's no volume. There's no audio. Oh, RGB. So I'm currently getting all my certifications in IT, and my experience is would be basic, I would say. So I would say not as much. Oh, look at Google Chat. Okay, blockchain. Let me take a look at it. Thank you very much, RGB. You can come on anytime, and we can discuss all your certifications that you have gotten so far and are still getting, as I am getting mine as well. My Zoom window, I cannot close the Zoom window because it's an active class, so I'm not able to close that one out. But I think it's fine. At least for now, we can text back and forth, and so at a later time we can probably have a better interaction. You can. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and respond. I think I'm hearing sounds now from you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, I think I can hear you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we won't take up too much time because I know, look, listen, classes are important. For me, it was maybe 13 years ago. I went to Lincoln Technical Institute. I did in-person classes, and we covered all the different things, right? TCP/IP, networking, hardware, troubleshooting, motherboards, sysadmin, Active Directory, Windows. Now I'm sure you guys do a lot of Office 365 stuff, but yeah, I um. I want to be able to line up a time for us to speak for a few different reasons. One, because I think that I can offer you one of the most valuable things in your IT career, which is a friend in the industry. Two, experience. We can connect on LinkedIn. I can provide you endorsements on LinkedIn. I would hope that you provide me some endorsements back, of course, right? Because what I've noticed is this industry is no different from any other industry. Networking still helps you out a ton. Who you know over what you know makes a big difference. I guarantee you, I have had a much more successful IT career than people out there who are much better than me. And is that fair? Maybe not. But life is not fair. So we have to learn from what we can. But I just recently started my own IT company. And so working in the IT...
Oh, lovely. Congratulations on that as well.
I appreciate that, man. And while I do appreciate it, right now, since it's so early on, there's not much to really brag about, but at the same time, I really appreciate your congrats. However, right now it's a dogfight, right? But because I'm my own boss right now, I can hop on this video call with you. I was not searching for you. I was not doing it. I was procrastinating in that moment, and I saw you, and I said, "Wow, I love this. I just wished you had more people engaging with you." But then again, I don't know your channel. Maybe you do have sometimes you go live and you have a bunch of people on there. But when I saw it, I was like, "This is genius!" Like out of all the dumbass stuff that I see on YouTube, this is awesome. This makes sense. This is productive. This can help you. This can be a help to me. This can be a help to everybody who's watching, right? But listen, I'm a talker, so and I love to share, and I love to mentor, and I love to network. But I don't want to mess with your schedule for your Zoom and your classes. So why don't you tell me a little bit, like, what is your schedule? when would you have like a couple pockets of time, if you would even have it, pockets or window of time where we could maybe have a chat and get a little more in depth, because I want to discuss a couple things with you. I want to discuss the IT industry with you, and I want to share with you the way I look at the IT industry, right? And I'll ask you very quickly, and it's okay if you don't know, but do you know what an MSP is? Mike, Sierra, Peter. MSP stands for Managed Services Provider. MSP. Do you know what that is?
No, I haven't gotten as in depth.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. They don't teach you this in school, and this is one of the things that frustrates me a little bit about the education, because they're sitting there talking about layer 3 and about and I get it, because you have to get the certifications. I understand, but a lot of us learn this networking stuff and forget it, and people are like, oh, that's not me. You know, like a lot of people brag and say that's not me, and I learned it all. I remember everything. I'm like, look, there are some people that's true for them, but I'm telling you, as a 15 years experience in the industry, I would fail some of those things that you guys are talking about. But in the moment, it wouldn't matter because I can easily look them up. These things are not, to me, they're not critical in having and holding an IT job. Is it going to hurt you to know these things by heart and get really good with networking? Absolutely not. It's not going to hurt you. Obviously not. But I just want to give you that confidence. If sometimes it's a lot of information and you have no experience, and it feels like, damn, dude, what am I doing here? Like, do I even really belong here, right? If you ever feel that feeling, just understand that that's normal. And I felt that feeling too, right? But look, I've had guys more successful than me, right? I talked about guys who are smarter than me, who should have done better than me, and I've done better than them. Why? Because of the social aspect. There are a lot of people in the IT industry. They just like, they're very, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but they're very nerdy, very introverted. And I don't mean anything bad by this. I'm just saying this is how they are. People are unique. I'm not putting them down. I'm not disrespecting them. But the IT industry isn't just sitting behind a computer and, doing a little bit of work here and there. It's also about being able to provide service, right? To be able to help the customer, the client, and so on. And so the reason I mentioned the managed services provider is because to me that's like the ultimate like IT job. That is a company that provides IT services to small, medium, and large businesses, even enterprise level businesses. Meaning, not every business, not every pizza place or restaurant has the money to get a dedicated IT professional, right? So what do? They go to an MSP and they get a monthly contract. And a lot of them don't even want the monthly contract, but you have to, because the MSP will say, we're not going to work for you.
All right, good luck, Brian. Go ahead and stay logged in. We will see you when you get back.
No, go ahead. It's
Sure.
it's
Okay.
Good luck to you,
it's the
man.
class.
So a managed services provider will say to a pizza
Just when you
place
get back,
or
just
to a
log in and
restaurant,
I'll
a small
adjust your
doctor,
afternoon
local
time.
doctor maybe, or a mechanic shop or whatever. They'll say, hey, listen, you're gonna pay us. They normally the model is per user, right? So you'll pay per user. In your mechanic shop, how many employees you have? Maybe you have 12, but they're not using computers. Only in the office, they have a couple girls in there doing the computer. The owner, they got 4 computers. That's it. So those are the 4 users that are going to be supported. Going to bill you at $40 a user, $80 a user, maybe $130 a user. Okay, and each one is going to be different level of services. $130 per user. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Even for a business, whatever, But that means that all the remote support is included. All the on-site. Right? Some people hate the on-site. Some people hate the idea of on-site. What do you mean on-site? Like, look, just because there's on-site work doesn't mean you're going to have to be the one doing it. Someone's got to do it, right? So generally speaking, company will share that. Nowadays, we're so far into the future now that there isn't a lot of on-site work. However, escaping it altogether is kind of hard. But now with management systems and remote management and agents and all this, It's very easy to do most things remotely. So anyway, all remote support is included. This is the top tier plan, right? Like the top plan that you can get service. And again, this is per user per month. And all on-site visits are included. All holidays and after hours, because the business has hours. Maybe it's 9 to 5, 8:30 to 5 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning to 5. But after hours, of course we still provide support, but it depends on your plan. Are you going to get billed per hour? Because that's not included in your plan. So now you're going to get billed outside of the agreement. Okay? This is why people hate IT, man. There's a lot of doctors, lawyers, distribution companies, restaurants. They hate IT. They look at IT kind of like mechanics. Okay? It
So,
doesn't have to be.
are you benefiting more now that because you've done 15 years, so and now that you've gone into where you now creating your own company, are you finding it more beneficial? Have you completely stepped away from having to go work for another company, or you find it beneficial more to now work on your own?
Okay, great question. So the last company that I worked for, I'm following a lot of their model and the way that they structured everything. So to answer your question, working for someone is always going to be a certain sense of peace, right? And also a certain sense of stress and danger, right? Because you don't control your own life, right? So, and this is the same for business. Even if you run your own business, you don't control your own life anyway. No one's in control, right? I'm not trying to push God on anybody, but whatever you believe in, right? We're never in total control, right? But anyway, for a company, you do your job. And in my case, the company that I just worked for, here I even have a little I still have stuff from them, Exigent. They're a very good company, and I admire them a lot. As a matter of fact, I just did a deal with them where we're going to be working together. Basically, they are not interested in any customer that they are not making $2,000 a month or more. $2,000 a month or more. Or 25 users, right? 25 employees in the company that use computers every day, right? So that scenario of the mechanics, that one doesn't count. Because it has to be employees that are using the computer every day, email, and this and that, right? Office 365, Google Word, right? So the company Exigent that I worked for the last 3 years for actually laid me off, but were very friendly. They laid me off not for performance, not for anything like that. They were just forced because I did a position with them, which I loved. It's not for everybody, but I loved it. I was their onboarding specialist. So they're a serious company with like 50 employees, like maybe 18 service engineers, like you or me, we could be service engineers. Maybe like 15 project engineers. Again, you or me could be project engineers. Maybe different levels, maybe, right? Because you're a little bit newer to the industry. I've been here for a while. But still, this is kind of how it works. Service and projects, right? Service engineers, project engineers, and some companies like mine is so small that I do it all. I'm going to do your service. I'm going to do your projects. Kind of like some people have a plumbing company, a construction company, or electricians, and they have big companies. And sometimes they have one guy with a truck. He's just a plumber, just by himself. Maybe he has an extra guy once in a while, right? So this is kind of what I was talking to you about. I have an intern. His name is Aman. He's 18. He just moved into college at Purdue University. They're top 10 in the country for computer science. He has less experience than you, right? Because he's got no certifications, no classes for the certifications. He hasn't even started it. But he got with me. And now if you go to his LinkedIn, you already see on his LinkedIn that he is a junior engineer at Next Gear Technologies. This stuff is just as important as your certifications. If not, maybe it's a little bit more important.
So is he currently working like going in to work on a day-to-day basis, or is he working remotely?
Not. No, I'm in New Jersey. Yeah, but great question.
No. The other person that just got that got hired? Are they working remotely, or are they
Yeah.
working like going in?
To answer your question, right? Any and all interns of mine and engineers, right? And I'm hoping to turn my interns into engineers. Um, but anyway, the idea is that I'm going to follow the Exigent model. I'm still friendly with them, and Exigent is going to be giving us a lot of smaller customers because if they're not making $2,000 and up, they don't want that customer. They're not interested. So they're going to be sending those customers to Next Gear Technologies. I know it's kind of crazy for me to get laid off of a company and still have such a good relationship with them that now we're in business together, right? I was just working for them for the last 3 years, and now I'm going to be working with them in a different way, where I run my own company and they give me all the smaller customers. And when I come across big customers, I'm going to give them to them. And yes, on the first month MRR, I have to give them 15%. And when I give them a big customer, on their first month MRR, they have to give me 15%. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But to your point, Aman was here in New Jersey. I met him because he wanted to be an intern for Exigent, for this company. But Exigent was so busy, and they couldn't pay attention to him. They couldn't get him an internship. And I tried to help him out. When I got laid off, I called Aman. I said, hey, Aman, I'm starting my own company. I think there's a lot you can learn, and you seem like very hungry to learn. And also, this can help you with experience, and you can put it on LinkedIn, and one day put it on your resume. And if somebody has to call me one day and say, hey, John, did Aman work for you for 2024, 2025? I'll say, absolutely, he worked with me, and he became, he went from like a number 1 to like a number 7 in those 2 years. He learned a lot, and he's a great guy, and I would highly recommend him, and this and that. So Aman is very smart. Aman knew that if he worked with me, he would gain experience, and the value to that experience is like gold and diamonds, right? So Aman, by the way, he lived in New Jersey, never came into the office. The office is my house. I'm in my office right now, right? Like, I could have Aman here. I mean, if you lived in New Jersey, I could have you here. But why would I do that? Why would I do that when I can have you at home, right? Now, the danger with having employees at home is, and again, interns are not employees to me because they're not getting paid, right? But if you have an employee, paid employee, and they're working remote, here's where the danger comes in. They're not going to do a good enough job. Nobody's watching them. Nobody's taking care of them. Who's monitoring them? How do we know we're getting the good value for the money we're paying them, right? So Exigent is the one who taught me. Because before Exigent, I would never think that you could have an IT company with 50 people and successful and have them all remote. I would have never believed it. I wouldn't have believed it. But now I can tell you for a fact it's real. And so with Next Gear Technologies, I'm only interested in offering remote positions because it's one of the most attractive things that you can provide people. If I'm competing for you as an employee, if I'm competing for you, and another company says, hey, you gotta come in 2 days a week, or no, you gotta come in 5 days a week, and it's like 45-minute drive for you, right? And then I come here and then maybe I'm paying you $5,000 less per year, or maybe I'm paying you the same as that, right? Same offer, but I'm saying fully remote. Which one are you going to take? It's obvious which one you're going to take. You're going to take mine, you know. So that's how I'm doing it. I'm doing it remote. And so Aman, when he lived in New Jersey, he was remote, and now he just recently moved into his college dorm. He's about to start college at Purdue. This is going to be really rough for him. He's a smart kid, but it's college, man. He's going to be studying, working, all the social pressures of come drink and party and all these different things. And Aman has said to me, hey, John, I know I'm going to college, but I want to continue being an intern. And when the business starts coming in, I'd love to be able to get some paid work. It doesn't have to be a part-time or full-time, just like whatever comes in. Like I want to grow with you. This kid is a fucking genius because he's positioning himself to end up being a full-time employee for me. Or even better, he's going to get experience from me, and then he's going to go to another company that maybe is going to pay him $10,000 more or whatever. and I love it. I want to help him. I would want to help you. I would want to help people that are interested in the IT field.
Do you have a website or that I can later go on to check out? So now, see, now we're having it's just a brief call, and I have multiple things going on. Do you have websites that I can go to?
Absolutely. So I'm gonna chat. I'm gonna send it to you in the chat here, but I'm also gonna tell you it's Next Gear. Like if you've ever driven a manual vehicle, like a stick shift
Yes.
vehicle, like how you're gonna shift into next gear, right? So sometimes I like to tell people, well, anyway, it's nextgeartechnologies.com.
Okay.
Nextgeartechnologies.com. And I'll take it here in the chat too. Next Gear Technologies. And I love.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go on your website and check the website out. You can also go to my community section and leave anything you have there as well, and I will go ahead and check that out too. The login code that you put, it should be in the chat. You should be able to get it from there if you need it. So you can just scroll through the chat. It should still be there, I think. So great conversation, blockchain. It was great briefly being on with you having a conversation. At a later point, I'm sure I will have a way to add another video uh, to my current live stream, so we can have the conversation that way as well. No, yes, I appreciate that. I don't mind having conversations and interacting through call while I am on live. And as this is a growing channel as well, that I don't mind that as well. So if you're also subscribed to the channel, you can go to my community section, and you should be able to share stuff there as well. And so we can interact both ways, on live or in the community section. So not only me, but others can and will be able to see it as well. No, I think I may have to put a scheduled time that I can have a particular set time to have discussions, because while throughout the time that I am here on live, I am multitasking, doing multiple things at the same time. But I think if you have good information, you can leave it in my live. You can send it to the email that you see there as well. And I think we can make some kind of a time management where we can have some sort of a discussion. So if there are other people as well that that like this kind of content and interaction, that'll be a great fit. Okay, MSP, I will look into that. MSP, I will absolutely look into that. Leave your time schedule in my comment or in the email that is there on the channel, and I will try to make some time available. Okay, I appreciate you coming on. You can come by anytime and comment and leave information about the IT world and the IT work. Okay, that's fine. You could go in my community section and leave information there as well, or through the channel email, and I'll go through the scheduling. Most of the time throughout the days, I am always actively busy doing multiple stuff. So I'll try to find time in order to be able to go live.
take a break. Yeah, let's do 10 minutes. See if we get back. Talia, you get the error? The packages saw error? See, that's what I keep getting.
I went to the website on the Kali Linux VM and downloaded it to the downloads folder, and then I ran the command after that.
Ah, gotcha. See, I have it in my downloads folder right here. Could run the package from here. Saying not a valid UTF. That's a language, it's just a computer language, so I don't know if. Why am I getting an error? I don't know. I'm about to update my system again.
Did you run the sudo apt update command?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's still not doing it. Let me check on something real quick. I'll be. Oh, you had to, Kevo, you had to uninstall the virtual machine and reattach it.
Yeah, I had to do a full uninstall. It's downloading right now.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. I'm thinking my repository link is broken, so I have to go into my Kali file and put it back in there and reattach it with the master key. They change them sometimes, so I think mine is not linking.
So Raj, how are you doing?
Yeah, just do the upgrades or update. Do update and then upgrade.
Okay.
So figure out what is updating and then you can do the upgrade.
Okay.
The upgrade will take like 10 minutes.
I have to restart my laptop.
Okay, no problem. I think I got it. I had to update my, yep, I got it now. I had to update my file. And my command was install LibreOffice Common files. Don't know why, but see that right there? LibreOffice Common. That's what I had to use as a command.
LibreOffice Common.
And it's finding the version that I need from the repository.
Sudo apt install
That's one thing about Linux. It'll get on your nerves sometime.
LibreOffice. LibreOffice Common.
So when it says sudo, I had to do this sudo apt install LibreOffice Common. But it's lowercase. It's all lowercase. I know I'll put the capital L and O, but that's lowercase, all of that.
Okay.
So once I got the common files put onto my system, I had to trick it. Then I went sudo apt upgrade LibreOffice. And then it went and got the full, since I got the common files on there, now I went to go get the package to upgrade the package. That's what I wanted right there, was the rolling update. All right, everybody, it's lunchtime. Did it ask you? Yes. Say yes. Why? So remember, do common first, and then you type, once it's done, sudo apt-upgrade LibreOffice, and then it'll go get this. Right from Berkeley. That's what I wanted to see right there. Berkeley. It's coming from the repository. Okay, Michael, no problem. Good luck to, when you leaving out, at 1? All right, so just clock in before you leave. So clock out for lunch and then clock in before you leave. And then you'll be on the clock for your test. Please, sir. Yes, now do sudo space apt dash upgrade space LibreOffice, all lowercase. It'll ask you to confirm again with a capital Y, and you hit yes, and then you'll get what I have on my screen. Man, I'm getting that error again. I'll figure it out after lunch. Yep, sudo apt upgrade LibreOffice. Yep. All right. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you had a good lunch. All right. Don't forget to clock in. Aaliyah. Brian's back. Don't forget to clock in, Brian. Does anyone happen to know the maximum hours that we need to be at right now? Yeah, I got that for you. So I got my little cheat sheet. All right, so everybody can see my thing that I have. So we're in week 4. We're on day 5. Have to be around 36 hours, about at 5 o'clock today. 6 o'clock today. You should be at 36. So you see everybody's tracking really good. So if you add, you're going to be here for the rest of the day. So if you just add 4 hours to that, you get what I'm saying? You should be fine. Or add 8 hours if you were here all day, because I have to update that. All right. So this was as of Friday afternoon when everybody left. Okay. So you just want to, if you looked at the time clock when you clocked in, it counted your morning hours. So you should be at around 36 already. All right. So if you look at the time clock, it shows your time that you have there. So if you look at this, just do 4 weeks times, what's the formula? Just get the calculator. 4 times 40 hours, 160 times point. We like to stay at 0.9, 90%, right? So total, you should be at 144 hours by test day. You should be at 144 hours, somewhere around there. Give or take a couple hours for an appointment or something like that, right? Yeah, so you should be good. Way to go. All right. Connection. All right, let's get into it. Bam. Let's pick up where we left off at. How's everybody's lunch? Y'all good? Has a chance to rest, get some sleep. It always helps out. But first, we have to see, okay, haven't missed much. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Just keep track of the hours. You're good. I always tell people, go hard with hours, at least until Sec Plus. Like, be here as much as you can at least by when Sec Plus gets here. Because what happens is the hours kind of roll, snowball. So if you need to miss time, you got like a little cushion because you're starting to max out your hour. You get what I'm saying? So they kind of snowball all together. You really don't have to worry about it. You actually pass by accident if you're just here. So that's the theme. But let's ask Brian what's up. B, what you got? Everybody give Brian a round of applause. He has passed 1201. Yeah.
Nice.
Way to go, man. Way to go. How'd you feel about it? Good. Just kind of went in there and, hey, Aaliyah, how'd you do that? You see that little hand clapping up there?
I just saw someone else do it, but it's in the React.
Oh, that's everybody do. I like it. I likey. Oh, Dad, look at that. Woohoo, way to go. Yeah, so Brian's like, no sweat. I just went in there and did it. We'll take it. Okay, so we are on slide 14. And here's some things that we found out just by messing around with Kali. With packages, something's going on with my Kali Linux. Something's broken. It says it has a broken install, so I got to figure out what's going on with that. But we found out that with Kali Linux, everything is like case sensitive, right? So we got to be careful on what we're typing. A capital character can mean something totally different from a lowercase. If we needed to find out what a command does and our options, what can we type? Uh-oh, Charles is on it. I see it. Let's say, let me give you a command. Let's say I want to copy. What can I do to find out what the copy command can do for me? Let me put it that way. You're correct. --help. So, Charles, you're right. Like if you want to list stuff that's in a file or directory, it'll show you. But let's say you didn't know what list, you wanted to know what the full capability of list is, you would just type --help behind it. And it'll tell you all of the different options you could use with it. Okay? Another thing that you can type, it's called man. Now you can just type man, period. There's no period. It's just man. It stands for manual. So it'll bring up the whole Kali Linux command manual. And you can tab through all of the pages. If you want to go through all 100 and something pages of Kali Linux, you can type that and it will bring it up. Try it you'll see it. Now, if you need to get out of that, remember we use the character. If you ever want to stop something on where you're at, Control C will get you out, okay? Control C will get you out. It'll stop wherever you're at. If you're like, I need to get out of here, Control C, boom, you're out. And in some cases, Control X. When you see that character here, that is Control X, not Shift. All right. We talked about help. We talked about the nano text editor. We even went in there into the text editor, saw all the shortcuts. And this is an example of the -help command. And this one relates to man. So if I type man --help, it tells me all of this stuff. All right. If you want to know what your present working directory is, just type PWD. Present working directory. If you're lost and you're like, I have no freaking clue where I'm at, it'll show it to you right there. They say, hey, you're the user right here. This is where you're at and what group you're in. Print working directory. You are currently home in the CIB user. That's where you're at. And you're like, oh, okay, great. We know about change directory, we know about ls, and we know about concatenate displays file contents. You can use the find command and it searches for files with a path expression. So if you're looking for a certain file, you can go find space. Now you have to put that dot there. This is what a lot of people forget. If you're trying to find something and you need to look in a directory or a file, you have to designate that with a dot. Okay? Then the / and say, what am I looking for? Right? In the text. And it'll tell you, oh, this is where you can find it at. It'll bring up the file path for you. It's like, I can't remember where this is. It'll bring it up for you, right? Bam. grep filters file contents by searching a string. Now this is how I remember grep, because I had a very hard time, and I am not even gonna lie, had a very hard time remembering what that was about until somebody says, all you're doing is getting a report. grep, you're getting a report of what's inside the file. Oh, got you. So if I'm looking for something in there, the letter A or whatever, grep, whatever you're looking for, space, and the file name, and bam, it brings it up for you. Here you go. Here's 7 instances of the capital L. You know what I'm saying? Or it'll give you a small little kind of like chronological report of what's in there. Something real smidge, kind of like a preface to a book. It'll show you what's in there real quick. You're like, oh, okay, cool, gotcha. That way you don't have to open up the whole file. Next, you got meta characters. These are what they call wildcards. Special characters, the asterisk matches any character that you're looking for. So asterisk dot whatever or asterisk dot whatever you need, and it'll look for that. It's like an all-inclusive kind of character. Escaping is when you use a backslash to treat special characters literally, like you actually want it to count. See how this is a / That means you're looking in a file or something. The backslash treats anything after it as if you are. It counts every character in the equation or the execution of what you want to do. Okay, and we'll get into a little bit into that later. All right, let's move on to file systems. So you have the file system management, organizing, maintaining, and accessing data stored on disk drives. Linux does use this hierarchical directory structure. There it is. There is your /. You see it consistently when you're trying to traverse different directories to get to different files. You'll see that / there. The word mounting. Who didn't understand mounting when we went over it? Okay, great. I'm glad you're so honest with it. So check this out. Mounting is the aspect of getting a drive ready to be used. Okay, so you want to mount the drive. Now the drive can come in different flavors. If you look in, I wonder if y'all have it now. Watch this. Usually if I have to temporarily, if I have my disk in hibernation from a virtual drive, it'll show up here. It says mounted, like it's a shadow drive, because it's saving the contents of the drive to be used, and it saves the state of it, right? You'll generally see that when you're adding. So what happens when you add a thumb drive? So this is blank. I mean, you have these 2 drives. Aaliyah, what happens if you plug in a thumb drive? What should happen here? What changes in here?
Like a new drive pops up.
Correct. It mounted the drive. Get it? There you go. I had to figure out another way to try to explain it, right? Charles says it will show another folder with, you're correct. So it mounted the thumb drive to get ready to be used. Does that make sense? And then when you're done with that drive, you will unmount it. You don't want it to be used anymore. So if you see this arrow down here, and a lot of folks don't know, when you put a drive in and you just pull it out, you can corrupt the files. You can corrupt the file structure to lead back to that file, and then it'll say your drive is empty. And you'll be like, what? There's all my music on here. What happened to it? So you hit the up arrow, and if you have a thumb drive mounted in here, you'll go to the drive. See, I don't have a thumb drive in here. It'll have a thumb drive sitting right here, and you'd right click on it, and you do eject. It'll eject. When you hit eject, it finalizes all the writing of any temporary files to the drive and quietly brings it down. And then it says, okay, Leah, you can take it out now. Right? Because it's finally written everything. You're not interrupting the file structure to be broken. So that's when you unmount it. There you go. Good stuff. Aaliyah, is the ETC file same as the admin in the CMT prompt window? So the ETC is the equivalent to System 32 in Windows. Okay, so very important system files. If those get corrupted, your OS won't work. Yep, that's what you need. So all you would do is attach the file system on a drive. It'll load and give it a directory letter in the hierarchy. Now remember, if you are putting a thumb drive or something in for Linux, it does not show drive letters, only the path. You have to know what the path is, okay? So that's very interesting. Next, etc fstat contains static information about file systems. This is what you have here, right? So if you have NFC, network file systems or anything on how it's categorized or filed, it's in the fstat folder. What's the equivalent in Windows? Kevin said it this morning. Paging is to memory as blank is to hard drives. Said it's like a library. Indexing. My man, Charles. Boom. Indexing. Hey. Y'all crazy. Okay. Then you have file check system. Ensures file integrity. Now there's an equivalent. Check this is for Windows. The same thing, this is for Linux. They both do the same thing. Okay? Here's the problem. Here's what y'all gonna run into. I would highly suggest you list on a piece of paper. This is what the Windows command prompt will do. And then the same thing in Linux. Write the equivalent next to it. Just glance over it. Don't hardcore study it, okay? It'll naturally come to you. Because there's only like 7 commands that do the same if you look at them, right? So just glance over them once or twice a day. That's all you need to do, okay? Don't overthink it. That way, if you see it on the exam, you can say, oh, yeah, that belongs to Linux. Or, oh, yeah, that belongs to Windows. So that's just an easy way to do it that's non-intrusive. Don't get stressed out about it. Okay. Copy command, of course, copy files, move, then you have remove. Now, I never confirmed nor denied that I deleted a directory. I may have talked about it. Well, maybe I did, but I'm not admitting to that. When you hit that remove command, oh my God, be careful. If you don't type something wrong, it's gone. There's no recovery. There's nothing. There's nothing coming up to say, are you sure? So remove is the equivalent to delete. Yeah, okay? So in Linux, before you start really doing anything, just do a snapshot. Let me show you what I'm talking about. In the Linux machine over here, what you'll see up here is, if you click machine, see that? Just take a snapshot. You can also back up this thing with File Manager. So there's a couple of different things you could do. Now here, you'll see that the Kali ISO File Manager, what did I say you wouldn't see when you're using Bash? You will not see this when you're looking for a file using the terminal. If I'm looking for a file in Windows, I see this. If I'm looking for a file through here in the command line using ls, I do not see a drive. Notice that? But look here, here's the kicker. If you go in File Manager, what do you see? Ah, see, it goes out. Yes, drive sections. So if you go in here for File Manager, you can play around with the drives here. This is another way where you can see it, gives you kind of like another look. And this is just for you, just for future knowledge. This is not on the exam. This is not on the exam. But since we're here, I just want to show it to you. All right, moving on. DF shows free space. So now you can see what's on there and what's disk free. All right, this is on the exam. Had a specific question that asked me, allegedly it's on the exam. It says, what command would I put in the Linux to show how much space I have left on the disk? Oh, okay, there you go, it's right here. DF, disk free. DU shows the disk usage. Now, what does this look like? You'll correlate it just by scrolling. Take a wild guess if you saw it in Windows. Okay, that's for IP, but I have numbers over here. I have applications that have been in use, right? I have folders that were in use. What does it look like the equivalent in Windows? Disk usage. Task Manager. Bam. Yes. If it were processes, you'll see like processes running, like they'll run. But this is something like Task Manager. It tells you what's being used when, what application, Burp Suite, and things like that. Oh yeah. See, I downloaded so many times. I downloaded LibreOffice. Gosh, I'm mad. But that's what you got. Now let me show you something else. Ding, 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 ding. There's one command. This is allegedly on the exam too. Top. This shows the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This shows the top 10 processes. They keep the top 10 processes at the top of the list that are actively being refreshed and used in Linux. Okay? All the other processes that are running but not taking as much resources, they keep them at the bottom of the top 10. Make sense? So top is where you'll see. There's the process ID. You'll see your user who's using the resources. Priority. Virtualization. How much? See, this is the important thing. CPU usage, if something's running hard, you know what I'm saying? And the time and what command that they were using that's taking up all the resources. And then up here, believe it or not, on the exam, they will show you this trash right here. This trash. They'll show it to you. A question will come up and it'll be this stuff right here. And they say, what is that? You'll be like, what? Yeah, it's top. It's running all, see that? It's running all your processes. Now your swap area, virtual memory is to Windows as swap partition is to Linux. I'm giving you the equivalents right now. In Windows, if we have to use part of the hard drive for memory space, we call it virtual memory. If we have to use part of the drive space in Linux, we call it swap partition. Technically, it's the same thing. They just give it two different names. All right? So you might see that as well. All right, 4. Now we did the demo. We already did that. Boom. Let's talk user accounts. So for the root user, a user has access to rights to all files, access rights to files, resources on the system, and is the default administrative account on Linux. That is the root user. You'll know it, you'll see that tilde that shows up next to it, right? So if you have a root user. The super user is just another term for root user, is that, okay? So when you say super user do, that's sudo. So you have to put sudo in front of the username, and then the system will know, oh yeah, this is the administrator, because you know the password. It's the same as if you were to open command line in Windows. One is regular. The other one you say open it as administrator, and it puts you in the system 32 path. See, they're both separate. In Linux, they're like, well, if you're the super user, just type sudo in front of it, whatever you want to do. I'll give you a password. If you're the administrator, I'm gonna let you do it. You get what I'm saying? If that way you can just work in the regular account area if you have to do normal work. But if you need admin privileges to do anything, they don't force you to open another window as an administrator. Does that make sense? They're just both in the same one. Working at root allows you to remove any files, change permissions to all files, change the run level, alter accounts, mount or unmount file systems, install software, and create file systems. The SU command is a little different than super user. This is admin privileges, administrator. Switching a user, sometimes I need that. Let's say Charles is going out of town. He's got an admin database under his user account, belongs to him. The administrator goes in and gives Aaliyah rights and privileges to Charles's file path, right? So now you share privileges. At that point, you probably had the same password Charles does. So while he's gone, you can just switch users. So if you're normally here at the root account, right, when you get in, under Aaliyah, and you need to perform a duty that Charles would do, you would do switch user. You have Charles's account, and you just put in his password, you're in. He's giving you the right to use his password. All right? You really got to trust somebody in Linux to do that. Okay? Generally, they'll just create another account that they can terminate and give you a password that marries up to what Charles would need to do anyway. And it's good for accounting to separate the two, to know who did what. But we know in real life that don't happen. They'll be like, what's your password? And then we just give them to it, right? Yeah, we should do that. No, not at all. We know about user management, group management. It's the same thing that y'all went through when y'all were learning it in Windows, when Ben and everybody walked through it with you. So that's that same aspect of account and user management rolls over to Linux. There's just a couple of different things that you'll see. You also have group management or group manage file permissions, add a group modification, group delete. You have that in Linux. Right there. If I type user, I can go right here, click on it, and guess what? In here, you can add more users to this machine if you like to. You can also administer their settings or things that they can do. Okay? So there is a GUI option that you can use here to administer accounts or create more accounts here. So I have this one. I can go in here, add another account, put in the password. We all got the same password. I give the name, create the user, hit OK, boom. I can drop another user in here. If I just need to delete the user, highlight the user, hit delete, and I can create a group if I want to. I can create a backup group, an audio. Here they're all here. I don't need to go through all of them. Okay, but for what you want them to do, you can drop them in that group so they can do things. Now no, I'm not gonna get to that yet. Here, you can put in the properties. What do you want them to do? Here, I'm in an admin group. Okay? We'll come back to this in a minute too as well. So that's what you can do. All right, go to your advanced settings over here, put in your locations, user privileges. What are you allowing that person to do? Advanced, whoop, here we go. Here's the Z shell. That's what we're working in. The user binary Z shell. You will see this possibly on the exam. Where are the user account settings at? Right there. Another thing you'll see too, administrator accounts are usually 1,000 admin accounts. That's how when people break into computers, they can know whose accounts belong to who because of the ID number. So that's very important too. All right. All right, here's your rights, file permissions. This is what we got. So here's the commands. You see it said total of 4. And you saw that number that was next to my name? Did you see that? It had a 4 next to it. If you type right now, ls-l, it'll show you your rights and privileges connected to your ID number. ls space -l. So it's listing your attributes. What can you do? Now you'll see a number attached to these, which comes up to 7. It says right here, I was going to type it. If it's 0, you have no permissions. All you can do is look. You can't do anything. 4 means you can read. 2 means you can write to a file. You can make changes. And 1 means you can execute. So if you double clicked on something to execute that command, open that command, run that command, that means you have a 1. That means if you're good, you have 7. That is your number. All these added together equals 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. So the way it works is, usually you have the user, group, and what they want to access. That means in each group, the highest number you can give somebody is 7. 7. 7. Make sense? So in a user group, they can have a maximum number character of 7. The administrative group, or whatever group they belong to, is they can get 7. And then the actual item or resource they are trying to get access to, you can have up to a 7. If we look right here, this is where you could take that user's name, and we'll get to an example here. You could type change mod, change modification. So I could do change mod JD, right? And I could change all the modifications from my account. Or I can create an account, give it a generic name, and y'all can play around with this all day. You ain't gonna break nothing. You can go create a dummy account, hit change mod, whatever you name that account, and you can go in there and give privileges or take privileges away. This is what it's gonna look like right here. So they got read, write, execute, read. All right. Here they can only execute and read, and here execute. So there's the 3 groups that they have right here. 1, 2, 3. Represented in the symbolic mode notation, if you see this, if you see that, well, first of all, if you see this, if you see read, write, execute, it is allowed. Read, write, execute. If you see a minus sign in front of it, it takes away those 2 rights in those different areas, those different groups. Took me a while to catch on to this, though. Oh, upgrade, update, put a Y.
All right. Okay.
So it took me, I would always get baffled on this, and then one day it clicked, like, oh, that's taking it away. So if I list there, if I see everything, that's what they can do. But behind it, if I see this, they've taken that away in those groups. I can't do that. Does that make sense? Again, change mod, change file directories and permissions. You'll see a list. This is what you should have came up when you did ls-l. And you can alter what a person can do. So, if you want to use change modification, it's change mod. What permissions do you want them to have on that file name that you want them to access? Now, change own means I want to change the ownership of the file. Let's say Charles got a new job. He's like that vacation he went on. Aaliyah was helping him out while he was gone. Well, Charles came back and said, hey, they offered me double my salary if I come work for them. It's like, okay, see you, Charles, good luck, right? So that means all of his files that he had, we have to go in there and hit change ownership from Charles in the file And then over here, we could put semicolon, right? And we could put Aaliyah's login. And now they'll all own, Aaliyah owns them all. You get what I'm saying? Because now she's taking over. So we could just change everything over to her like that. Yep. This is the type of stuff that you would do as a sysadmin. Has anybody used this? I know Michael said he used it. Does anybody remember using anything slightly like this? Aaliyah, you don't use this when you're in the computer shop? No? Okay. Now, we've gotten really good at this over the past couple of days. Package management commands. We've been playing with this all day. Elaine's doing his right now, package management. Because he's installing LibreOffice and updating everything, which is good. We looked at the process monitoring commands. If I want to look at the processes running right now that's using a lot of usage, what am I typing? If I want to type in Linux, I want to see all those heavy resource programs that are running right now. What should I type? There you go, top. What if I want to see the end of something? Well, what I could do is hit, now here I can just hit Control C, I'm done. Remember, Control C. I could just hit last, right? Do you want to install? Well, yeah, I do. My repository my thing is broken. See, I can't get nothing from the repository. I gotta fix my link. That's why nothing's updating for me. I know how to do it. I just gotta get in there and put in a new key. But you have top, you have last. You can see the last of a file, right? So I can put last and then the file name and go over. Here's your shortcuts for package management. Linux software requires the source code does require compilation, pre-compiled packages installed via package managers. That means somebody took the time. Now, here's the key with Linux. Please remember this if you don't remember anything else about packages in Linux. When you go to the Windows store and you download a piece of software, everything's in there already. There's nothing you have to go look for. You don't have to add on anything. It's all inclusive. Mess around with Linux and you think you got part of the file name and you install it, it won't work. The shadow of the file will be there. Like LibreOffice, it came up with a sheet of paper with the name because I didn't get every part of that package. One package could have up to 50 tar files. TAR stands for temp archive, temporary archive. TAR. They're nothing more than small little image files. That's all they are. They're temporary archive files. TAR. But you need every piece of those to create the whole. That's like we're transporting a big old cake, me and Brian, right? We own a catering company. We got paid $500 to do the wedding cake, 3-tier, right? We got 3 vans. We recruited all of y'all to help us transport this thing. Well, let's say Elaine runs into traffic. He's got the middle tier. Aaliyah's got the bride and groom that's supposed to sit on top, but me and Brian's got the bottom, right? When we get there, me and Brian set up our piece. Now we're waiting for y'all to get there. Well, y'all got a piece of the file. It's called the tar file. We need to put all those together to make a whole cake, right? And if one of those are missing, it doesn't look and it doesn't act like it's supposed to. Does that make sense? And then now we got the bride and groom yelling at us, and Brian's like, "Oh, I got it, James." I'm like, "Man, you so cool, B. Thanks for taking the hit on that. Don't worry about it. I'm the enforcer, right?" So he makes them happy until y'all get there. We actually get y'all there. So that's how you can think about it. They all come from repositories. They all provide software. For Red Hat, here's the package management for Red Hat. Red Hat Package Manager. If it's for Kali, .dev, apt. See that? Apt. Debian. Red Hat. RPM. Boom. Do you see the different commands that follow these two different distributions? They're both Linux, but depending on the distribution, you got to use the correct prefix or command. Process monitoring commands. This is what we saw when we hit top. If you just hit PS in Linux right now, shows you all the processes that are running. And I ain't got many. I ain't got much. Z shells running and processes running. System control manages services. Now, this is where you find all your services in Linux. Startup, stop, enable, and status, and all that stuff. We already looked at Ethernet interfaces, what to do for IP commands. etc host maps host names to IP for location. And then we said it right here. This resolves domain name server names to IP addresses. We already know what ping does, traceroute, dig. Dig is a DNS query. Dig is the DNS query. Bam. I dig it, man. Dig it, man. Just think about it when you're old school, like the 70s. Man, I dig that. I dig it, man. I dig them eights. Tell me everything I need to know. It's word on the street. So it tells you everything. Gives you the authority section, the root server, the verified server, VeriSign server, how long it took to bring that, 16 milliseconds, server address, UDP traffic. Today's date, there you go. Message size, so the size of this whole message is 111 megabytes. All right. We have another one. What's the next command? Let's see what we got. Curl. Curl transfers data from or to a server. Bingo. This is all you got to remember. This is all you got to remember. I'm helping you write it down. Oh, wait a minute. I left something out. My bad. I got too happy. This is what it is. File transfer protocol. Transferring a file. It says right there, it transfers data from or to a server. File transfer protocol, need a server. That's all it is. Commonly used for testing web services and APIs. So that's how you can correlate those two. We know about the backup tools. Now here, this is what you're going to use here. Boom, Chrome services. I think there might be a question here for backup tools though. If you want to back up Linux, you can use rsync. Now you got to download the packages now. Remember that? rsync, Amanda, or Bacula. These are backup tools. It will create a tar, which is an archive file. It's a temporary archive file. And then you can use gzip. Okay? Gzip. That's why when y'all went to download the LibreOffice, you saw that at the end. Do you remember seeing that, Aaliyah? tar.gz? There it is right there. That's the packaging that it came in. So the archive was zipped. And then you have to unzip it in order to install it. Okay? Chrome. This schedules tasks via user Chrome tasks. All right? So Chrome is nothing more than a scheduling service. If you want to schedule your computer to get rid of temporary files every day at 1300, okay, that's what you do. Chrome does that. Chrome in Linux is the equivalent to scheduled tasks in Windows. That's the equivalent. Chrome is to Linux as scheduled tasks is to Windows. Do the same thing. It just got a little bit of a different look. That's all. Here's some commands. Chrome tab E-E edits jobs. Chrome-L. You can type this right now at your command line, your terminal, if you want, to see if you have any scheduled tasks in your, I doubt if you do. And then you can do Chrome tab-R to remove. All right, so edit jobs, you can create a job with Chrome tab-E. Now you might have to download the Chrome package. Sometimes it'll ask you that you may have to download the Chrome package. --help. Cron. And cron is short for chronological. Get it? Ah! Dad joke. Cron. Where's my cron? Is it in my backup services? There it is. I knew it was somewhere. See, it says run cron, run chronological job. Should be popping up here in a second. Okay, we'll circle back. Mine's just broken. All right. Let's take 10 minutes. Can you believe an hour went by that fast? That's crazy. Golly. Let's take 10 minutes. Meet you back here. All right. So how's yours updating there, Elaine? Yours is good? All right. So yours will be, it's Kevin.
So
Kevin. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. What you got, Elaine?
the update went all the way through, but is it supposed to say complete after it's finished? Or
Nope. Nope. Just defaults back to a command line.
okay, yeah, I think mine went all the way through.
Okay, good. That's one thing about Linux. It will not verify anything. It won't say, you're good. It'll just, okay, I'm done. Yep. So don't look for a pat on the back like, good job. It'll just be like, okay, I'm done.
Okay.
All right, so what we have on the screen, welcome back. Kevin, if you can hear my voice, please log in. You're missing hours. You're missing hours, man. Wherever you may be in the Kevin sphere. All right. So what we have here on my screen, nobody told me. I'm typing Chrome. Y'all didn't say James. It's Chrome tab. Yeah, that might work. So all I did was type Chrome tab -E, and this is what comes up. I don't have any scheduled tasks, but I can use this empty one. I can select one. So here I could just hit 1 to enter, right? And then it will take me here, and basically it'll write out some type of script where I can create a Chrome tab or a backup or whatever it wants me to do. If we look over here to this side of the screen, where's my tools? Where's my annotation tools? Not there. All right. So if you see here, here's the important part. If you're scheduling anything, you see these wild cards. If you want to schedule something, you can specify precise times, ranges, lists of values. It uses the wild card. Now this is how it's done. So if I wanted to schedule anything at 2 in the morning, all I need to do is start out with 02, leave the rest wild cards. That means 02. Really simple. So if you want it 12:45, it'll be 12, right? And whatever it's gonna be. You can schedule this stuff hourly, daily, weekly, or monthly. You can go to the Chrome tab edit list to do that. You can automate the routines and tasks, report generation. You get good at this when you practice it. If we have lab number 40 in your book, 64, I'm getting close. Here it is, boom, food. Lab number 40 gives you practice to create a Chrome job. Learn how to Chrome utilities to schedule automated tasks. You can walk through it. You can use Ubuntu or any distro of your choice. So it tells you can use Kali Linux. You can use a virtual machine or a single machine if it's on the machine itself. You'll learn how to do these, use the designated naming convention on how to do it. All Chrome tabs are in the system, equivalent to Windows, System32 file, but in Linux it's called etc Chrome tab. Here's what it'll look like when it's running. List in the system files what Chrome jobs are running hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. You can actually type this in. You can run this right now. Run Chrome tab -E. That's what I did. It brought it up for the user. Hit 1. And it tells you from there, you can start adding a job or what you would like it for it to do. That's it. Real simple. Not too hard. Just gotta play around with it. You'll fumble around for the first couple of seconds, and then you'll figure it out. Now, we said this is the equivalent to Task Scheduler or schedule jobs in Windows if I want to run a scheduled job. Right here, create a task. I could create a task. This is the same thing in Windows as Chrome is to Linux. I could put a script in and do what I would like to do here. All right. Bam. All right. Into our next lesson. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Y'all ask great questions. Nothing, Charles? Nothing yet? He's like, nah, I'm good. Well, when you do think of something, let me know. Now we're going to wander into the Mac OS desktop system. Now, if you don't have a Mac or Apple, we just have to rely on the slideshow or watching a video on YouTube. Primarily, I'm going to let you know right now, Mac and Apple is not totally accepted out there in the real world. And y'all have seen it. Y'all got jobs. Y'all know what's going on. Y'all notice, even in the military, Mac and iOS are not mainstay machines that you will see put on a network. Is that correct? Would y'all agree with that? It's just that they're so proprietary. That's what makes it hard for it to integrate into another environment, okay? Where you have Linux is open source, Windows is pretty much built into everything, but Mac and iOS is so proprietary, it's hard for them to do it. And it is limited for development, yep. So a lot of companies steer away. Now, we'll give you a Mac or iPad or iPhone for work. It's easier to manage for mobile device management. Now, if you're talking mobile device management, oh yeah, all day. Because we can just enroll the device and we'll be able to do whatever we want remotely from it, installing apps, removing apps, blocking people, blah, 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 setting it up for use. Great, we can do that all day. All right, so I'm just letting you know what the expectation is for the exam. You don't need to know everything about it. Here, we're just gonna run through the different areas of Mac OS. Now you'll see in Linux, it was called the Z shell, right? Or excuse me, the bash shell. Here it's called the Z shell. So what's the difference between the Z shell and the bash shell in Mac OS? Right? Well, I had that backwards. It's the Z shell, correct, in Linux, and bash shell in Mac OS. And how do you determine that? Now, I don't want to confuse you, but I did tell you that it is the bash shell in Linux as well. They are interchangeable. Just depends who you're talking to. Okay. It tells you here, what is the role of the library folder? One of the questions that you want to find in Mac OS. How does it differ from the system folder? So let's just get into it. With the Mac OS, here's the different features that you'll have with it. I'll let you read that at your leisure. It's just listing everything about system folders, settings, security, and iCloud. But one big thing that stands out is the time machine backup that will get asked on the exam as well. So this is how you would back up your files on a Mac OS time machine. And then you would get into the terminal in Mac in order to troubleshoot. And you would use those same troubleshooting tools, tracert, ifconfig, and things of that nature, that you used in Linux, because they are the same. Okay, so there's nothing that will differ from that. With the Mac OS features, they're kind of weird. anytime they have a Mac OS update for the computer, so when we talk Mac, it is the laptop or it is the desktop. Okay? And they like to name their stuff by seasons and animals and stuff. Like, Mac OS Coyote Mojave. Ooh, 5.9, right? I don't know why they do that, but they did. Right? So that's how they do the naming conventions for them. The Apple menu will show you about the Mac, display, storage, and service, just like you will find in Windows. Depending on the Mac OS features, this is what you'll see. Now, when I say depending on the Mac OS, I mean the features and actually the device. I remember, was it the Mac that came out in 2011 or something like that, or 2012, where they actually had this feature bar on the keyboard where you can touch it and it will come up. Now it's integrated into the Mac OS 2019. Thank you very much. You could press it, and people loved it. And for whatever reason, Mac got rid of it. People went up, they threw a fit over it, right? Because it made it real easy. It was shortcuts. So depending on when it was created, things will change. So you just have to orient it. Now everything's the same. You'll see file edits, select filter, windows, find, things of that nature. Nothing too different. Here are the features that look very similar to Windows: Wi-Fi, eject. I mean, looks pretty. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna do that to you and insult your intelligence. You can read that. Next slide. Now, what you do have here is Mac has dock. And if we have some Mac users in the house, please don't be shy. If there's something I'm missing and you know some features that can help people, because I don't normally work on a Mac. I've worked on iPads and iPhones for mobile device management, but we never had anything that's an integrated Mac that we had to use it. Okay, so I fumble around on Mac every time I get on it. So the Mac OS managing the applications, again, you have the window is similar to the taskbar. So you have the dock down here. Here's the dock. The desktop, again, will have your icons there and for your chosen applications. When you're looking at file types, disk images for Mac OSs are .dmg files. DMG for Mac. That is the image file for Mac. That is the file I used to have. And I'm mad because there was an emulator that turned a DMG into a ISO, and I loaded it, and I don't know what happened to it. With Mac, they use .pkg package files for install. So they do, again, this is not anything that's new. We know in Linux, you have to download the package, okay? So it's the same there. And complex used for install requiring actions like running services, writing files to multiple folders. Here you have the .app used once installed, placed inside the directories that runs with the Mac OS. So it's nothing more, it's the .app. Once it's installed, turns to the .app. That way you can go to that file and it's the application that is now on the machine. It just kind of reorganizes it and indexes it so it's easy to find. Again, you have your app store. Apps can be created by another developer. It takes a lot to get an app onto the app store. There is I forgot the name of it. But anytime a developer wants to create an app or a piece of software to run on top of some hardware, there it is, software development kit. You'll see this. It's called an SDK. Software Development Kit. You may see this on the exam, you may not. It might be in the objectives. We'll take a look. But in SDK, if somebody wanted to create something using code or write an application, they would need to go ahead and use this to get that done. And it tells them all the requirements, everything that they're going to use in order to do that. Give me 1 second. Remove these guys. I don't know where they're at. These apps can be created in the App Store or for the App Store. They'll follow the same thing: app updates, auto updates, rapid security responses, meaning these are patches. This is what they call them in Mac and Apple. And then third-party apps. Where my Apple users at and Mac users? Do you typically see anything where they allow third-party apps to go through their app store? Elaine's saying no.
No.
No. Okay. So it would be fair to say that if they're not going to like allow a bridge to go through their app store to get something, you actually got to get it out of the store, correct?
Yeah, not unless you're a dude.
Unless you're a dev. Okay, great. All right, cool. All right, so unless you're a developer, thanks, Elaine. Unless you're a developer, Michael should be taking a retest. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks, Aaliyah. So, unless you're a developer, there's no reason they should have a pass-through for you to go through the App Store. The installation and management. I don't even think this even applies because by the time Apple and Mac are so tight, has anybody ever got a virus in Mac? Charles? Anybody? iPhone? I mean, I know it's happening, but not like for the masses, right? It's one off here and there, and you generally don't even hear about it. And it's because they're so proprietary, and their software development kits tell you exactly what that needs to do. By the time it makes it to there, I mean, they have to truly try to break that app and hack into it and prove to Mac that it's legit. That's how deep they go into it. When they're talking about any associated developer ID certificates are revoked, that means by the time that app has been approved to get into the App Store, if malware is discovered, they're saying you need to go in here and make sure any certs, any lingering certificates, who can tell me what certificates are? And what they have to do with the keys? How do they interact? Everybody in here has a 2-key pair, public and private. And then there's certificates that are used along with that. What's the purpose of using certs and keys together? Certificates and keys. Authentication. Correct. That's why it's important to make sure there are no lingering back doors that the developer could use to get into that app once they hand it over. So if you're in Windows, here it is right here. Remember this? Managed computer certificates or managed certificates. They're the same thing as any certificates that you would use that a developer would put into an app. Okay? These are all your certs that are on your computer right now. Now there's one word that was put in here. It said revoked. You need to revoke certificates, meaning you need to pull them and they need to be deadened. They need to die. All right? And there will be a folder There should be a folder in here that tells you whatever is revoked. Where are your revoked certs? There should be a folder for that. That tells you. There's untrusted certs. They will be here. Any third-party certificates that are used to help develop those apps, they'll all be in here. Any trusted apps, eSIM, so they're all here. You need to look in here. If you're using remote desktop and they require search, they'd be here. Certificate enrollment, if there's any requests, smart cards, this is what y'all use in the military for smart card readers. They'll all be here. So this is important for a person to do this. If you are interested in this and making sure that it is correct for a whole organization, the job title for this, and I dare anybody to look at the pay that goes along with it. If you work with this in the military and you want to continue this, Leah, this is you, because you're Intel. Be a crypto manager. Be a crypto manager. Intel folks transfer great over to being a crypto manager because you already have all the top secret clearances and stuff and whatever you need to do, and you understand the importance of this, and you back this up with a network plus and a security plus cert, not necessarily A plus. Got yourself a job because they understand this. Now, you work with crypto, right? Heck yeah, there you go. So they'll swallow you up in a minute. All right. So look into that job field. I had a student. I got a story for you. Had a student. Graduated from ICC. Head was hanging down. He's like, James, I can't find a job. Brian, this is a real good story. You gotta listen to this one. So, career services, and I'm transparent here. You know what I'm saying? Career services tried to find him something. He didn't interview well. Most of the feedback he got saying he doesn't interview well or doesn't know his job, right? So it took him a while to try to land something. And we would always keep him encouraged. I'm like, man, this is a good dude. Well, he worked with F-35s. He worked in avionics in an F-35, which automatically means TS, right? He put the crypto codes in there every time before they went out. So I don't know how his resume landed on the desk of somebody on Nellis at Lockheed. They gave him a call, said, hey, can you come in and interview? This was 4 months after he graduated. He was down on his luck, running out of money. Went in, it was like, you know what? Don't need to know all this stuff. Do you have your security plus? He said, yeah. Do you have your network plus? Yeah, those are the only two he got. Said, great, start work on Monday. Got hired. He made $110 grand for his starting salary, and they gave him a $30,000 starting bonus. Amazing. You talk about he came into the classroom when I was teaching, and he gave me a hug. He's like, I did it. I'm like, what happened, bro? So I was happy for him because he was really struggling. But it can happen at any time, all right? So that's why I leave, boom, get into that crypto. All right. X project. Signatures developed for release. You make sure your MRT signatures. Antivirus. You want to make sure antivirus programs are placed on Mac. They use Avira and Avast. You could use those tools. And you may have one for the business. Now, I will say this. Please remember, this is a question. I saw this. I misspelled that. I got too excited. Samba. Samba allows a Mac machine to be used in a Windows environment. Okay? Let's say if Charles is setting up a new network is just like if has a virtual machine, we need a grub bootloader, right? In order for them to work together. Well, think of Samba as the same way. Samba allows one OS to work with another OS-based network. So you can integrate a Mac machine into a Windows-based LAN as long as you download Samba. It is the translator between the two that would allow it to come into the fold, into the family. Okay? It allows it to use the Windows file system. All right, the NFS, network file system. And that's key. This is what you need to know. When you see these two words together, Samba allows a Mac machine to work with the network file system or file architecture. You got it. Okay, what else we got? Let's get down to some nitty-gritty stuff. Still have the applications, library still. You guys are good on this whole system-wide resources in the library. Bins and libs, right? Everybody good with bins and libs, Brian? All right. We know the system file, system 32, ext4. All right. And we know users. We know where they go. We know their files. If you use Finder is the Mac OS file manager, allows accessibility in the dock. The dock sits down here, you click, you get Finder, bam. Helps you find and organize your files. That's what it's called. Finder. Not search. It's not search, it's Finder. Is that right, Elaine?
Yes.
That's crazy, man. Elaine's my backup. He's gonna tell me if anything's changed or not. Make sure we're all on the same page. I don't care who gives me the right information. I need y'all to pass the test.
Yeah.
Right? We're a village here. Right information means you pass the test. Spotlight, search for something. All right? That's pretty self-explanatory. I can't get over it. Then you have the central hub in your system settings. That's the same settings you can find anywhere else. Get into the Mac OS configurations. Now the Apple commands, command option replaces Control Alt. What? Elaine?
Yeah.
Speak on that, please.
So it replaces.
I have not used that in a Mac. Sorry. I need a Mac to practice on. I need to go to Best Buy and just sit there and practice on all this stuff.
Yeah, so on the Mac, I've tried to use the terminal a lot to do all the commands now that we're doing, but not knowing so much, I didn't get in depth about it. But for all the basic stuff, it still remains the same, pretty much.
It's still okay. All right. Then Charles says, I had a Mac for who knows how long, and never you never use that either, huh? Okay. All right. So I'm not by myself. All right. Thanks for chiming in, guys. Appreciate you. Mousepad, configure everything. There's nothing much more I can say about that. But I will say this though. It's the same thing for the trackpad, pinch and squeeze, right? Expand, minimize. I saw that on a question too. And it was in a PBQ. They said a user had an issue with the screen size. They couldn't get it and they didn't know how to do it. So it was the gestures that they had to play around with.
Oh.
So remember that. We know about displays. Okay, so they have the accessibility feature just like Windows. It allows you to read, run scripts, zoom, they can caption, and then you have keyboard modifiers. And I believe it has the zoom is like the magnifier too. It goes over words to make them big. So if you mouse over, it'll go from a little A to a huge A, right? So you can read for people seeing impaired, right? Which is cool. You can also have your user management. Now, what we need to understand is, what are the accounts you need to have to use a Mac or Apple? Once you got that down, is it the Apple ID and the iCloud? Those are the two that are specific to that brand. Yeah. Thanks. All right. The administrator stuff still remains the same with the standard accounts. And you can still share just like any other, just like Linux, you can share, Windows, you can share files. You can also update your privacy features for location, calendars, photos, camera, and microphone access, just like you can with other platforms. So you just got to get in there and play around with privacy and security. Keychain. Yes, this is on the exam allegedly. Yes. This app manages passwords cached by the OS and supported web browser applications. Now you have the same thing in Windows. There it is. See it? Passwords and autofill. It is the same thing in Windows as it is to Mac. They call it keychain there. Here they call it passwords and autofill. Or y'all may have seen it, correct me if I'm wrong, password locker. Some form of password locker will be in a web browser on your desktop as well. So you'll see that in that flavor too. And I like it here, keychain now, they set it after. You'll see this in the screensaver functions in Windows. It'll say lock after, and then when it comes up, you have to put in your password again. So that's in the screensaver part in Windows where you can do that too. All right, this definitely, for File Vault, remember this. I've seen this on the exam. Full disk encryption. Encrypts the disk data to protect against unauthorized access. If the disk is removed, okay, here we go. Remember, here's the equivalent. FDE is for Mac as BitLocker on the go is to Windows. BitLocker encrypts the whole disk in Windows. But if you want to use it in another computer, you have to have BitLocker to go on the go, where it pulls the hard drive and you may be able to put it in another one. Because remember, so when enabled, so FDE, full disk encryption is Mac, BitLocker on the go is to Windows, or BitLocker is for Windows to encrypt the full drive. iCloud, we know about iCloud. I'm not even going. Still have your system preferences to hook up printers, Wi-Fi. Oh, you need to know this one. Stopping on this slide right here. For disk utility, Apple or Mac has the Apple file system. Apple file system. That's what they call it. It's their proprietary system. Then you have HFS Plus, which is Extended Hierarchical File System. All right. Now, let me tell you the difference with this. APFS is the equivalent to, let's say, network file system for Windows, right? Just regular file architecture, right? But if you get to HFS plus extended, which is a more robust filing system that incorporates security, right? permissions, user management, sharing. Now we're talking the equivalent in Windows of NTFS, New Technology File System. Right? So if we want to compare apples and oranges, that's what we would compare it to in Windows. NTFS is like HFS Plus in Apple, Mac. There you go. And better partitioning, better all that stuff, right? Time machine. Doctor Who. There you go. That's what you'll use to do backups. Now, as this relates to the exam, it's not going to ask you or walk you through setting up, doing a backup. As far as Apple's concerned, or the exam is concerned, they just want to know, do you know what Time Machine does and what does it apply to? Which platform? And can you set it up? Can you update how long it's retained? Can it do a restore? And the other way of doing it is snapshots. The one thing we said about snapshots, because Windows does snapshots too, remember? Is that snapshots, if you use that, takes up a lot of virtual memory and memory. So if you ever start seeing your computer slow down and you set up snapshots, it's still snapshotting 24 hours a day that the computer's on, unless you set up a certain time, and it's gonna fill it up. So if you can't forget you set that up, you just think you got a crappy computer, instead of going there and dumping all those old files out you don't need. So that's the one thing you got to think about. Then, of course, with terminal, command line using Z shell or bash shell. I mean, they're both interchangeable in Mac. I'm sorry. They're both either using Z shell or bash shell. They're Linux machines. So that's the terminal that will represent what you can do. If you run into a problem, you can hit force quit on the task, just like you can in Windows. You can use your recovery menu, Command R, to bring up your recovery environment. Or if you need to do a internet recovery, meaning, what is it if I want to go get an image or a fix from a server? What is that called? The equivalent in Windows. If I want to load an image via the net or the network. I go into this place. Oh, can I re-explain hashes? I can in a second. I have to go into the BIOS and change the boot order too. Starts with a P. 3 initials, P, pre-execution environment, PXE, Pixie. So that's how you can go, right here it says reinstall via the internet. Well, that's a Pixie boot. They're directing you to a server to replace files or restore files for you. $70 slides, y'all. Y'all see that? 4 hours, 70 slides. Woo, we're good. But that's what we're looking at there. Okay, so let's explain hashes. A hash, first and foremost, that's all it does. Verifies integrity of something. Verifies the integrity of something. For instance, if I create a sysadmin account, I don't know what I'm typing it in. A sysadmin account. That is too funny. I know. I ain't got my glasses on, man. I'm cheap. Listen, I'm handicapped. I need accessibility. I need to use my accessibility features. So, sysadmin, it is connected directly to a hash folder. So that account has a hash connected to it to verify the integrity. Same thing if you have a password. Passwords will have a hash connected to it as well to verify the integrity of the password. So when you try to access it, what happens is Leah comes in, she wants to access the network. Boom. They say, oh, wait a minute, here's her account, here's her CAT card. She put in a password because it's already in there. Her certs match the hash. Boom. That's the bouncer at the door. Oop, hash is matched. Okay, yeah, 9 times it's the integrity is there. Right? She put the password in. Boom, matched it against the table. Okay, yeah. How they really make sure it's hers, they'll back it up with multi-factor authentication. Bio, or they'll text her a password, or she'll use a fob or some other thing to make sure it's her before they give her complete access.
Oh.
That's how they do that. Is a hint considered a hash? It is not. No, a hint is just purely what it is. It just gives you a hint to try to point you in the right direction. But you notice now that those are even disappearing. I don't know if you noticed it. They're starting to take the hint away. They don't. If you don't know, they want you not to know. So yeah, good questions. Y'all, I always love y'all questions. All right, tell you what. Let's take 10 minutes. When we come back, we'll get into the last part of the day. I'll let you work on your items, your work. Any questions before breakdown? All right, sweet. All right, see when you get back.
How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Welcome. I don't know how to say your name though, because your name is in your language or a different language. So I am not able to address you as such,
Welcome back from break. Welcome back
but
from
good
break.
having you here.
So we'll have our study time that's going on right now. From 4 to 6. But we will get a quiz in. Just to go back over what we talked about. We'll fit at least two of them in, at least a couple of questions. Keep our minds moving. Yeah, Charles, let me know if anything changed with that Mac, man. Or pass on some info. So I guess you can say, Charles, it's Return of the Mac. Dad joke, full effect. Hey, Mike, I sent you a breakout invite. All right, I sent it to you again. How's everybody doing? There's Kevo. All right. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's see here. Everybody doing good? Anybody need me? Leah like, I don't need you. I got it. All right. I'm gonna go take a break real quick. Matter of fact, we can all take a break. So just take 10. See when you get back. All right, in 10 minutes, we'll hit up a quiz. Quarter till. All right, everybody. As we get ready to wrap up the day, go ahead and do some questions, see where we're at, especially over today's topic and what we covered before. All right. So, that's what we have. I'm pulling out the 8+ Core 1, Core 2 Cert Master. This is where I'm pulling from. And we'll go for 15 questions. Lesson review. Now, today's what we went over, and I know most of you were out for most of the lesson today. We were talking about supporting other OSs, shell terminal consoles, command interface, navigation commands, file system, file permissions, some of the things that we need to do to adjust that, change modifications, things like that. So this is what this is going over, this lesson review. So we'll see how we do. Here we go. All right, and always we'll use the lettering system. A, B, C, and D on this one. So, first one out of 15. You're a technician with helping a user decide on the most suitable desktop environment for Linux workstation. The user is a graphic designer who requires a visual appealing interface, access to advanced customization, and support for resource intensive apps. Which one would you recommend? Would it be GNOME, Cinnamon, KDE, or XFCE? These are the GUI application interfaces like Windows in which you can interact with. So it's saying which one would you download and install Linux, which distribution? All right. Charles says A, Kevin says B, Leah says C, Brian C, Lane C. All right. Looks like the C's are about to run away with this thing. KDE, let's see. Bad joke. Here we go. Bam, and y'all are correct. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, because it provides advanced customization options for visual opinion. And it tells you right in there what you're going to expect. Now, let's know what the difference is so we can compare and contrast. GNOME is a stronger contender due to its modern visualizations. However, it is compared to KDE. KDE is flexible, but GNOME can handle resource-intense applications. We know XFCE, that's with, we're using that with Kali Linux, right? And we use this with higher-end hardware, and it's not best choice for graphic designer or powerful hardware, so there you go. All right, next one, let's go. You're working in a Linux environment, you need to search for files in the home user directory that contain a literal asterisk in the file name. There's literally an asterisk in the file name. Which one would you pick to try to find it? A, B, C, or D? We have 2 A's, 3 A's so far.
Wait.
4 A's, 1, 2, 3, 4.
A.
5. What's the giveaway? What's the giveaway on why you picked A? Want somebody to type the character that makes the difference why you picked it. You said no asterisks in it? A slash. There you go. So let's go with A. That's what the majority says. Right there. Yep. So when you're searching, find the home. Now you had the backslash correct, but all you did was say I wanted to find it. What's the asterisk supposed to? You didn't connect that to a file name. You didn't even connect it to a file name. It's just an asterisk.
Yeah.
That's how we got caught.
Yeah.
Right? So as you can see the difference right here, the path is cool, but you're saying I wanted to search for an asterisk in slash. We always said that the backslash will now execute what you're looking for. Yep, and that's how you got the double asterisk. So this is why this is correct. This is what you're looking for. The backslash command will now execute that meta character to see what file names you're looking for the asterisk in. Bam. Ha-ha. But good try, good try. This is why we do this. You are a technician tasked with troubleshooting a Linux system where a user cannot access files on the external hard drive. Upon investigation, you discover that the drive is connected but not accessible. You suspect the file system is not mounted. Which steps should you take to resolve the issue? A says use the RM command, B is reformat, C is use the LS command, and D is edit the etc fstab file. Kevin says D, Lane says C. Another one came in. Leah says C. Use the LS command. You want to list everything and then mount the directory and verify that the drive is mounted. Charles says C. Very interesting. So the dominant letter that we see here, Brian, what you say? I think Brian was testing when he was going through this.
Yeah.
Just take a guess. Guesses are good. Brian says D. All right, LA says change to D because. All right, here we go. Doink. Well, the majority was C.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with that. Here we go. You're correct. It is D.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
There's the dead giveaway.
Yeah.
The etc fstab file.
Yeah.
The fstab file is used to define how and where file systems are mounted. Yeah, we went through that like the first hour this morning.
Yeah,
or the
because
second
we already
hour.
said.
Yep. So good job for those that caught that. Fstab. Tells you how the file system is mounted. Good job. All right, next one. Which command is used to copy entire folder structures between volumes or across a network while maintaining all new technology file system permissions? Leah says B, Brian says B, Kevin B. Dang, that's unanimous. I'm clicking B. And you are correct. Look at y'all. Bam. All right, let's go to the next. In Linux, which of the following commands is used to change the permissions of a file or directory? Leah was quick on that, boy. She D. Kevin B. Lane B. Charles D. Okay, we're going with D because that looks like, yep, that's the majority. Let's check it. Change modification, you're correct. You want to modify the positions
Oh, yes.
in the
yes.
file directory. Now, if you were to type, now you need to know this for the exam. I'm just saying this as a reminder. If you want to see what all attributes belong to a file or a user, you just go ls-l, right?
Okay, yeah, because that's the list.
Tells you everything. All right. Which Windows command displays a list of files and subdirectories in a directory? In a directory.
So that will be A.
Which Windows command? A, B, C, D, E, or F? Ooh, we going deep in the alphabet.
A. B. A, B. Yeah.
F. Everybody's hitting F. Elaine says A or B. One of the two. I got 3 Fs. Anybody else? Here we go.
Oh.
Bam! You are correct. Just type directory.
D for director.
What is it in Linux, though? What's the equivalent of directory in Linux?
Yes. It's ls, right?
Starts with a P. Oh, so it says list. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it says list.
List all of the files and subdirectories in a directory. So what is it? You're correct. It is list.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something else.
Yeah.
I was saying if you got lost. I was thinking if you got lost
says
and didn't know where you were.
Yeah. It's
Present working directory. You're correct. It is list. Yep. Good one. All right, let's do one more for the road. You're a CompTIA A+ technician, troubleshooting Linux. Somebody who's unfamiliar with the command line. You're unable to execute commands.
They're unsure about to interact with the shell.
They're running Linux distribution without a desktop environment. So there's no XCFE, there's no GNOME. They don't have anything to click on like icons and stuff, right? So you have to work directly in a terminal interface. Which one would you do? Which would you do? What would you do? All right, they're starting to come in. B. Kevin says D. I don't know if Kevin actually put that for this answer. He maybe not. Okay, he did. So we have a D and B. I'm going to throw something else into the mix. Can you download several desktop environments from one distribution? Yes, you can. Brian says D. All right, so we got 2 B's and 2 D's. Leah says A. All right, I'm just gonna pick one. Here we go. I'm gonna go down the middle. I'll just pick B. We'll go with it. What Elaine says. Explain how to use the man command to Excel detailed manual pages because the person just doesn't know how to operate. That's all. They don't know how to work.
Yeah.
So you're just talking them through to say use the man command, manual command, to figure out what they want to do. There's nothing really in here. What else you could do? It's just, yeah. They just need some education.
Yeah.
Good job. Woo-hoo. See? All right, y'all. Y'all good? Anything for me? Want to do it again tomorrow morning?
Yes.
All right, see you then. Don't forget to clock out.
All right.